is a presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Fox Sports. We are St. Louis.
This is St. Louis Cardinals baseball, 4th of July edition. It's game number 1, the Pittsburgh Pirates and the St. Louis Cardinals from a wet and soggy Busch Stadium. And with Jim Hayes and Rick Horton, I'm Dan McLaughlin. Delighted to have you with us. At some point, we will have baseball here this afternoon. We're hoping around 1:45 or so. And when the Cardinals do play against the Pirates, it's Carlos Martinez who gets the call today.
Martinez had a great month of June. 5 terrific starts for Carlos. ERA 1.31. And Carlos has been able to add to his fastball as the game progresses. Also gets a lot of ground balls. His hair's gotten lighter, but his fastball's gotten sharper.
So 2 starts, the great numbers against Pittsburgh. Great, as you mentioned, in the month of June. So that's at the beginning of the game. What about the back end of this game, particularly when you look at the St. Louis Cardinals?
Well, the Cardinals bullpen is in flux right now. Carlos certainly needs to get deep in this game, as does the other Cardinal starters in this series. Cardinals still trying to find that right formula for 7, 8, and 9.
All right, it's the 4th of July. No better way to celebrate it than right here at Busch Stadium.
Today, I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of the earth.
On July 4th, 1939, Lou Gehrig delivered his farewell speech in front of a sold-out crowd at Yankee Stadium. Nicknamed the Iron Horse for playing 2,130 consecutive games, Lou retired after being diagnosed with ALS. He was just 36 years old.
Pittsburgh, that was a low point for this team. They lost Cervelli, they lost Cole on the same day due to injuries, and they went into a tailspin, but they are rebounding from that, and Clint Hurdle hasn't playing much better baseball of late.
Let's take a look at your Toyota key to the game.
Good look at the Cardinals dugout, and the key to this game is that the Cardinals finish strong, and by that I mean the Cardinals figure out 7th, 8th, and 9th innings with their bullpen and get a good start from Carlos Martinez, but finish the job. The bullpen is a bit in flux for the Cardinals now. Guys are out of their normal positions, Dan, and I think we always talk about players being creatures of habit, but they also need to be people who know how to adjust well. You adjust to the rain, you adjust to a new role in the bullpen, and how well they adjust and how quickly they adjust will be the difference between winning and losing.
We see the players wearing those special caps here today for the 4th of July, and we're glad that you're with us. No better way to spend it than watching some baseball here at Busch Stadium. The grounds crew, the hardest workers this weekend. This field has taken on a ton of rain. They were here for hours after the Brewers series yesterday and working again today in the early morning hours to get this field ready. So they've done a very nice job, and the areas that you really look at, the dirt took on a ton of water, puddles everywhere, and they had to make sure that this was playable.
Well, it was a long day yesterday, to be sure, and after we completed the post-game show, we noticed that the grounds crew was very, very busy. They were doing a lot of things. They were trying to turn the infield over, and so long after everybody left the ballpark, their work just started. And we do talk about how well this field takes water, and it does, but you still have to be careful in certain areas of the field where water may accumulate. You have to make sure the dirt is the right consistency, and it takes some work and it takes care, just as it would your own lawn in the backyard. But this is a little more important because you've got guys trying to catch the ball and play big league baseball on it.
Carlos Martinez, live look at the right-hander, trying to improve to 8-5 here today. Very good ERA of 2.83. And Martinez just seems to be getting better and better and better as we go along this year.
He seems very strong to me, Dan. He had that one bad stretch, which I think corresponded with him having a bit of an illness that was going through the Cardinals clubhouse, and 3 or 4 guys dealt with it, and he just had 2 or 3 bad starts and then spiraled in the wrong direction for most of the month of May. But he has bounced back in June, one of the game's best pitchers in June. And what I like about him is he's got an idea of what he's doing. Gets a lot of ground balls. He's working very efficiently and effectively. Did not have a good or a high pitch count his last time out. Mike Matheny got him out early, so he may be able to go deeper in this game today.
A look at Clint Hurdle's lineup for the Pirates at 500. John Jaso will lead it off, followed by Gregory Polanco and Andrew McCutchen. Starling Marte bats cleanup. St. Louis's very own David Freese. Then Josh Harrison, Jordy Mercer, Eric Kratz. Rick mentioned the injuries that this team has had, in particular with Cole and with Cervelli, their starting catcher. And Jonathan Neese is the pitcher. He'll bat 9th in this lineup on the 4th of July. So Jaso hitting .272, 4 home runs. He's driven in 22. He leads it off, high on base percentage. As we begin the first of 4, Martinez putting in the OT 18 in the dirt behind the pitcher's mound to remember his friend Oscar Taveras. We take a look at the Hyundai pitch arsenal.
60% fastballs nearly from Martinez. He's going to try to get ground balls for the most part. Has an outstanding changeup. Will use the breaking ball 2 different ways. And Carlos really a 4-pitch pitcher, and he'll go with whatever's working.
And the first pitch is taken for a ball, and we're underway. The next 2, Jaso. 2 balls and no strikes. We've had nearly 5 hours of rain delays here at the ballpark this weekend. How did you guys used to keep yourselves busy during those delays, even with the turf in St. Louis?
Well, back in the day, we didn't have iPods and iPads and all the fun things they're doing now, so it was more playing cards, answering fan mail, telling stories. Not necessarily in that order.
And there's a strike.
Although there was a lot of playing cards and telling stories that was going on at the same time, frankly.
I could imagine. Leadoff walk to Jaso. That's why the Pirates got him. He's not a prototypical leadoff man, but does get on base an awful lot. Brings in Gregory Polanco.
There was a time, Dan, where when you're going to play the Pittsburgh Pirates, you say you've got to stop Andrew McCutchen. I think the word is out now that when you play the Pirates, you have to stop Polanco and Marte, who are hitting in front of him and behind him.
Polanco hitting .295, 10 home runs, 47 driven in. McCutchen on deck. Very slow first half to his season. Ground ball, tough to turn to. Out there on to first, double play, and Polanco not running down the line very hard as he's been dealing with a sore leg.
He missed a few games with a sore leg. You would not normally ever have a chance to double up Polanco on a ball like that, but he was playing it smart. And better to be out on this double play that's well turned. Carpenter to Diaz and all kinds of time over to Jerko, but you could leg that out and still be out by a step and then miss 5 games. Wouldn't be worth it.
So what has been happening here with Andrew McCutchen, who's been a finalist for the MVP the last 5 years?
One thing he's doing is striking out a ton.
Yeah.
84 strikeouts. They've been moving him around in the order too, at one point thinking that the best place for him was in the 2 spot.
Ground ball that's hit to third, slowly hit, charging Peralta. And after the leadoff walk, it's a double play and a ground out and an 8-pitch first inning for Carlos Martinez. The St. Louis Cardinals coming up in the bottom of the first. Rain in the forecast for later today, but a window to play this game. We've heard that a time or two this weekend, haven't we? Matt Carpenter will lead it off, followed by Aledmys Diaz, and then Matt Holliday, Piscotty, Peralta, Molina, Moss, Jerko, Martinez.
6 Cardinals in this lineup have a batting average of more than 300 against Nice. So expect some hits. He's given up a ton of hits this year. He has an even record at 6-6. Has not pitched well against the Cardinals the last 5 times he's seen him. High ERA. And he's also given up a lot of home runs. That's been a Cardinal specialty.
The trade with the Mets in the offseason. Neil Walker, who's a Pittsburgh native, their everyday second baseman for years. Free agent to be, traded to New York. And Nice coming from the Mets to Pittsburgh. The Cubs lead 8-0 over Cincinnati. That's in the top of 5. Chris Bryant, 24 home runs. Hits his 24th today. Hit 26 all of last year for the Rookie of the Year in the National League.
Cubs are happy to be out of New York.
Oh, are they ever? Three and 0. Outfield shallow here for Carpenter, especially with McCutchen in center field. The 3-0 on the inside corner, calling the balls and strikes. The crew chief Dale Scott, Bob Davidson, longtime umpire at first, Lance Barrett at second, Dan Iasonia down at third. Just caught the inside corner. Same pitch and a walk. Nice can't believe it. Look at that reaction.
Nice is now overpowering with his stuff, and it seems to me, and this is a little bit of a guess, but the pitchers that the Cardinals have more trouble with from the left side, it may have been a strike, have been the guys that don't throw so hard. The guys that throw harder, the Cardinals seem to jump on, but the lefties that are soft tossers sometimes give them fits.
Shortstop Aledmys Diaz showing bunt and pushes it foul. He homered in his first at bat yesterday. Rick, he now has 11 home runs, 42 RBIs. Cardinals playing in game number 82 of the season. If you would have said, well, this guy Diaz is going to be your everyday shortstop, hit over 20 home runs, give you 90 RBIs at the beginning of the season, you would have said, you're crazy.
I've got an award I want to give him today. I'm not sure if he's got a hungo yet. I'm sure that's what he wants to get more than anything. But if you were to say who's the first half Cardinal most valuable player, I would say that's Matt Carpenter. But if you would say who's been the most important player to the Cardinals in the first half of the season, I think it's Aledmys Diaz.
Agreed. Hits it down the left field line and yanks it foul. It was home run number 11 yesterday off of Chase Anderson. A no-doubter again by Diaz. He's hit some of those long home runs and then really impressed us too with his speed and all the infield hits.
His defense is much improved too. He had 11 assists in Garcia's start against Milwaukee, and he was all over the place. Range, he seemed more comfortable. He seems more comfortable speaking English after games. He's just growing into this position. He's developing right in front of us. He's still only 25.
The 2-2. And the Cardinals may have finally a solution at shortstop for many years to come.
And that's why I say he's important, Dan. I think you could have expected Matt Carpenter to be productive and be one of your best players, but you would not have expected Diaz to do that. And had Diaz fallen on his face, where would the Cardinals be right now?
Diaz with a fly ball lifted into shallow left center. McCutchen calling for it. Out number 1. Hyundai pitch arsenal for the lefty, Rick.
He's also a 4-pitch pitcher. Fastballs at 56% of the time. The cutter is going to be an important pitch for him. He's going to try to get that in on right-handers, especially a guy like Holliday, who most teams like to crowd up and in. And when Nice is right, he's tough. But in his career, he's been a .500 pitcher. Lifetime ERA right at 4, so he's been very average. But, you know, average big league's pretty good.
Here's Holliday, 15 home runs. He's driven in 50 this year. Check on Carpenter at first base. I'm not sure the Cardinals do anything great. They do a lot of things good. Something they don't do well would be running in terms of base stealing. They're very much a station-to-station team.
And the Pirates are not.
No, sir. That's why the Cardinals rely so much on extra base hits, and in particular the home run. Two balls and no strikes. You know, really, it's been a typical holiday season with the exception of the average. Power numbers have been there.
He has been saying lately that he's not happy with his average, so he understands that. He does not expect to hit 248.
And he's had success against this left-hander before. Holliday against Jonathan Nice. We flash back. It's the Sunday game on June 12th, part of a Sunday night doubleheader. He went opposite way and over that Clemente wall in right in Pittsburgh.
It was the day the Pirates were wearing their basketball uniforms. Isn't that what they look like?
The old school 1970s.
Yeah.
And the giveaway today, the Centennial Cap. They were the one team that kept that cap after 1976, which was the celebration of the 100th year. There it is, of National League Baseball. And the Cardinals had that cap and wore it. The Pittsburgh Pirates kept it for a number of years. And they used to put the Stargell Stars on top of the cap after great plays or big games.
Did you ever have a chance to meet Willie Stargell?
I did not. I would have loved to.
Incredibly nice man. He was a coach for the Braves for a number of years after he played, and he passed young, unfortunately, but a terrific ambassador for baseball in Pittsburgh and beyond that. Just a delightful guy to be around. So you see all the video of him in the We Are Family year of the Pirates, and you see this effusive personality. That's who he was. Very, very likable.
We Are Family 1979 team. Runner goes, swung on and missed from his knees. Kratz, and he gets Carpenter. So a double play. We head to the second. It'll be Marte, Freese, and Harrison coming up. And there's no score from Busch Stadium. Leading the Pirates in average at .322, 6 home runs. He's driven in 31, and here's the trio you were talking about earlier.
And McCutchen's the one that's actually at career lows in terms of average and OPS. Polanco and Marte are having big seasons, and both Marte and Polanco, the corner outfielders, have hit Carlos Martinez extraordinarily well.
Marte is a guy that'll hang out over the middle of the plate. He's been hit 73 times since the 2012 season. Most in Major League Baseball. Right on cue, that pitch up and in.
Did you order that?
I did not. That ball went tailing in, and you see how Marte starts? He's
back, and then he walks into it a little bit.
Exactly. Yes. Good slider.
Well, a lot of times batters will do that, Dan, if they kind of go in towards the plate for the idea of protecting against the pitch away. So they may give up maybe off the plate, but they're going to dive out over to get that ball down and away, and that's what he just did. On
Into
cue.
right center, and a sliding catch made by Piscotty. Tommy Pham was originally in the starting lineup in center field, but today we see Stephen Piscotty after that late scratch.
Piscotty does a lot of things well on the offensive side, to be sure, but I like the routes he takes defensively. I think he keeps guys from taking extra bases, and the applause you hear now is for our batter at the plate, David Freese.
As Yadi does so many times, he'll step out in front of the plate. We should remind fans this is the second time he's been through St. Louis. And you could see Freese with the bat try to stop him to not allow that to happen. What a great moment again. I got goosebumps.
Well, the 40,000 plus here today may not have been here the last time.
Yep.
And so you want to do it personally. In fact, Dan, I told you as we got in the booth today, a young man stopped me and wanted to talk baseball out in the parking lot coming in. And he said, I asked him who his favorite Cardinal was. About 8 years old. Who's your favorite Cardinal? He goes, well, David Freese. And I said, well, you know, he's here today. He said, oh, I know. And I said, is it okay if I root for both teams today? And I said, sure enough, go ahead.
Why not? It was interesting, too. The first time he was through, we were coming back from a commercial break. Not many fans realized he was the pinch hitter, so he didn't get the full effect of the ovation. He's so good at doing that, going the other way. He homered yesterday in Oakland with an opposite field homer, and David has 8 of those this year.
What you mentioned, Dan, Yadi likes to see the moment and he likes to acknowledge the moment, but David's like, okay, wait a minute, that's enough. It's enough. Yadi just ignores him and allows the fans the response that they came here to give David Freese, who's now hit in 6 straight games.
He could be a valuable chip for somebody down the stretch potentially.
Well, he could be a valuable chip for the guys who the Cardinals are playing today too. If Pittsburgh can figure out their starting rotation, that's part of their problem right now. Cole going down. They do have a young pitcher on the horizon that's so close, and they're trying to develop him and get him ready for the season.
Ouch.
That's Tyler Glasnow, who's in AAA.
We'll see Jameson Taillon tomorrow, who's the number 2 overall pick back in 2010.
This is no fun. Piscotty did this the other day. That looked like it'd be off the inside of the shin. Piscotty drove the ball off the inside of his own knee, which you don't see quite as often.
Well, we talk about it a lot. This is a very athletic bunch Pittsburgh comes in with. Their problem, though, with Cole out, for the most part, has been starting pitching.
Liriano's not had a good year. He pitched okay in their last game. We'll miss him in this series. But the Pirates, with Gung, their normal third baseman, to have David Freese as an extra player to help mix and match in certain situations, he could be valuable to this team too.
Strikeout of Harrison. Around the Horn brought to you by Dobbs. Holiday, Piscotty, Moss, Peralta, Diaz on the left side, Carpenter, Jerko on the right side, Yadier Molina behind the plate. Here's Jordy Mercer. Here's the 0-1. Hit out of play. Big gap in left center for Mercer. On the year, hitting .274, 5 home runs, 29 RBIs. Here's a 1-2, and he struck him out. Two strikeouts in the inning, 2 today. Cardinals coming up in the bottom of the second. Let's check in with Jim Hayes.
Dan, Stephen Piscotty sure seems to relish the big moments. Hit his second grand slam of the season yesterday. For his career with the bases loaded, Piscotty is 8 for 15. He gave me his reason for the success. He told me, I like to be aggressive at the plate. I know with the bases full, the pitcher can't be aggressive. He could walk in a run or throw one in the dirt. I've been able to capitalize in those spots. Mike Matheny told me the key in a bases loaded situation is not to get caught up in the moment and to execute whatever your game plan was. Dan, Mike says some guys have trouble with that. Piscotty does not.
Strike one on Steven. 1 ball, 1 strike.
I thought that was an outstanding point, and it's something that if you're around baseball, Dan, you know that reality that bases loaded situations, pitchers don't want to throw the ball in the dirt. They want to throw strikes. But Piscotty said that so well and so clearly. And the idea that, boy, I'm going to hit with the bases loaded. It's my advantage. I've got the heads up. I'm going to be aggressive because I know you don't want to make a mistake. That's a terrific way to approach those bases loaded situations. And how about that big fly? Say he has surprising power. We used to describe him as a gap power guy, but he's a lot more than that.
And a ball taken by Peralta. 239 with 3 home runs, and he's driven in 11. Out to deep left field. This ball is off the top of the wall. 1 out double for Johnny Peralta.
Peralta goes down, smokes this ball. Nice has given up 19 home runs this season, and this was very nearly number 20. High off the top of the wall. Cardinals have had a lot of balls hit in this homestand that I thought were out. Temperature-wise, maybe not getting the carry they did in earlier homestands.
Ground ball to third. David Freese up with it, 2 down. Around the Horn is brought to you by Dobbs, and a look at the Pirates defensively. We've talked about some of the struggles of McCutchen at the plate. Speedster in center. Marte is in left. Polanco is in right. Freeze, Mercer, Harrison, Jaso along the infield. Eric Kratz is behind the plate. That's presented by Dobbs. This time last year, Moss had 14 home runs, had driven in 44. Was only hitting .228 this season, .251 the average. Limited time, 17 home runs. He's driven in 40. And a fly ball that's into shallow center. Cardinals strand a runner. They have left their first on. We head to the third, and there's no score here on the 4th of July. Navy SEALs is with us. We showed you throwing out the first pitch, and I'm going to get into your military service here in just a moment. A little nervous throwing out the first pitch?
It's pretty intimidating. There's a lot of great energy here, and of course, having Coach catch for you. I mean, he's legendary, and making sure that it gets to his mitt.
How well do you know Mike Matheny? I know there's a relationship there.
Getting to know him a lot more now, but he's been a great friend for a few years now of our community, and supporting veterans, and he's just been absolutely stellar, opening the door and to bring family here and to enjoy this moment.
1 ball, 1 strike. The hitter, Eric Kratz. For you, a decorated veteran and currently in the service, what does the 4th of July mean to you?
The 4th, this represents what we do. We fight for our freedoms, and we carry out our nation's tasks, whatever they may be, and so we can enjoy days like this. And we have a long history of how we gained, going all the way back to the beginning of our nation. We have that long history of honor and commitment, and unity through thick and thin times, and that's kind of what it represents to me.
You were part of 11 overseas deployments, 9 combat tours. I mean this sincerely. You are truly a hero to so many of us here in the United States, and we talk about players being heroes, but you guys are the true heroes. There's a nice play made down at third by Peralta.
Well, I appreciate those, the sentiments, and the there's so many truly, true heroes out there. The brothers, the brotherhood, the men that I work with, they're just absolutely incredible human beings. And with the sacrifices that that they make and the commitments that are placed upon them are truly unique. And for example, the best example I can think of is on the evening that I became a recipient for that operation. True American hero Nick Check was killed on that operation. Saving another American. And so that's you start thinking about that, and over the course of the since 9/11, we've had so many great Americans give their lives for us. That's a hero for sure.
For fans that don't know, tell us what that medal is around your neck.
So it's the Medal of Honor. It's our nation's highest award that can be given, and it's only given by the president. So the president put this on me on February 29th of this year, and it represents a very small community of recipients. There's only 76 living recipients in the United States, and there's only 11 of them that are under 40 years old.
It's amazing.
So, and 11 of them since from the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq that are currently living.
What was that moment like when he put that around your neck?
It's humbling. It's because now I went from a life of being in the shadows and just doing my job, what I consider the most amazing job in the world, to now becoming a representative for an entire organization such as the Navy, and then more importantly, the Naval Special Warfare community.
Mm-hmm.
So when you think about it from that perspective, it's and knowing the caliber of people that you work with, now being that representative is nothing short of humbling.
It's amazing to have you here. Believe me, it's an honor. Thank you so much. God bless you. Thanks
God bless you
for everything you've done for us.
Thank you.
Edward C. Byers, a true hero on the 4th of July. And Matt Carpenter, 11 overseas deployments, 9 combat tours, Medal of Honor back in February of 2016. It was for his efforts during a hostage rescue while deployed in support of Operation Enduring Freedom in 2012. That ball will drop as Polanco lost it. Byers, by the way, is married, and his wife is here, also their 11-year-old daughter, and they're in the owner's suite. That's the least we could do.
Very least. No sun. Maybe we need to get sunglasses for Polanco too. Should have been an out.
0-1 the count on Jerko. Lines it into center field.
Should have been an out, but this is a terrific Pirate outfield. That's part of the strength. That's the core of this team. You've got a guy who's been a Gold Glover in center field, and Polanco, young stud, star in right, and he's going to be a star of the future. And Marte, one of the league's top hitters at the moment, and they can all run. They can all play center field if they have to. They all throw well. I mean, this is a very good outfield.
Carlos Martinez. And he looks at a strike. The Pirates starters, their ERA 4.73, 11 out of 15 teams in the National League. 0-2. Martinez with a base hit.
I believe it's been 14 years. I think the year was 2002 when the Cardinals last had 4 starting pitchers that hit 200. And for a starting pitcher to hit 200, that's like a regular player hitting 300. Cardinals have 4 of them now. And Martinez, one of the guys that's really swinging the bat well. He was hitting 241 before that.
We know about Wainwright.
Mike Leake can swing it. Garcia's having a nice year with the bat. Got to get Michael Wacha moving.
A strike to Carpenter. Walked and then was caught stealing, part of a double play back in the first. Strikeout of Holiday. Carpenter trying to steal second, was thrown out by Eric Kratz. There is another Eric that's now part of the catchers of the Pirates, and Jim Hayes will have more on that coming up later in our game. Eric Fryer. 0-2 the count. Outfield is straight away. Freeze way off the line at third. Ripped into right, and there is Polanco. Almost got over his head.
Been an adventure for him in right field this inning, hasn't it? Didn't get the pop fly in foul territory. Almost had that ball sail over his head. Wasn't such a good athlete, it might have. We showed Eric Fryer in the Pirates dugout, and just wonder if any of the Cardinal trade secrets needed to be changed a bit. All of a sudden he's on your rival Central Division Pirate team, and the signs, the hit and runs, the steal, all those things, the strategies may no longer be secrets.
Most assuredly, don't you think? You'd have to change them up.
I think that's step one. We sign you, then you go into the room and talk to the manager. Probably not even the manager, probably the bench coach or Nick Leyva, and do a little debrief on everything St. Louis Cardinals and see if you can get some advantage from that. There's Nick, former Cardinal coach himself.
3-0 the count. Longtime third base coach for Whitey Herzog and first base coach here for Clint Hurdle. on the inside corner. 3-2.
Diaz has shown a good eye. Thought that might have been inside, but it just catches the corner. One impressive thing about Diaz, Dan, he started to go in a tailspin and got out of it quickly. Think about a young player that has a hot streak and then all of a sudden goes down but is able to bounce back and get out of it. Randal Grichuk didn't do that. Now there's hope and thought that we might see Grichuk before too long, who's tearing it up in AAA, but Diaz had a downturn for a couple of games, but he just bounced back. He's swinging it again.
Outer half of pitches would pull off of those. Didn't take him to right, so you're seeing him go to right a little bit more. Highest OPS rookie shortstops all time.
Not just this year, all time. So this year and all time.
You have Addison Russell, Brandon Crawford, that trio all talked about for potentially representing the National League in the All-Star game.
I don't know if this is a remnant of Little League and high school when the shortstop was always the best player, but you got a young crop of good shortstops. I just think that's good for the game. I think that's, you can market around those shortstop and their athleticism.
And he strikes out. We head to the fourth. Cardinals have out hit the Pirates 2-1, and there's no score. In St. Louis at Busch Stadium, the 4th of July. Carlos Martinez finishing up his warm-up tosses. He'll face Polanco, McCutchen, and Marte this inning. A look at our power stats brought to you by Kubota. McCutchen leads in the home run department with 12. Gung with 11, coming off the DL. Didn't start the season on the 25-man roster. Then Polanco, Freese, and Joyce. So far, Martinez has walked one. He has struck out 2. and 6 ground ball outs. That's when you know that sinker is working to get those ground ball outs, and we've seen that so far today.
I'm not sure we've given him enough credit for being a ground ball pitcher. When you think of Jaime Garcia, that's obvious. We say, yes, he's a guy that gets a lot of ground balls, but so does Carlos. He's also become much more efficient. That's just pitch number 40.
Sacrifice some of the velocity for location.
Yeah. Nice smooth delivery too, right? Just easy and then explode.
Peralta will give it a look, and it's out of play. We have fans ask us all the time about Alex Reyes, and I think you look at Carlos Martinez as kind of a way to look at Reyes. Martinez was a guy that was full max, you know, when he was in the bullpen. You can understand why, and then has adjusted here at this level and being a starter to go deeper into games and realizing sometimes a ground ball is as good as a strikeout. You extend your innings.
Young pitcher has to learn that. Strikeout isn't always king. Tyler Glasnow, we mentioned him earlier, who is one of the Pirates phenoms. He's the Alex Reyes equivalent. He's had 2 games in the minor leagues where he threw no hitters but only threw 5 innings because of the high pitch count, walks, and strikeouts.
3 strikeouts for Carlos Martinez.
I like the strikeouts, but you know, sometimes they're boring. That's what Crash Davis said. What a great caption that is for our full screen here. The strikeout percentage is down for Carlos Martinez, 18.9, but the ground ball percentage is up. Pitches per inning is down. That means he's able to get deeper into games.
And a strike to McCutchen. In the air out to center field. Stephen Piscotty is there and puts it away for the out. That's 7 in a row. What a great deal on tickets. Philip at Phillips 66, 8 gallons or more now until September 29th. Receive up to 50% off on a pair of tickets to a Cardinals home game. For more information, visit cardinals.com/Phillips66.
We are family with a Cardinal hat on. It's interesting.
Marte with a fly ball into right, and a quick inning here for Martinez. 8 pitches. We move to the bottom of the 4th, and there's no score. check in with Jim Hayes.
Danny, Eric Fryer is back in St. Louis as a member of the Pittsburgh Pirates. The Pirates claimed Fryer off waivers and they activated him today. It's a homecoming of sorts for Fryer, who made his major league debut with Pittsburgh back in 2011, and he still knows a lot of people in the organization. He called being back in St. Louis for his return to the Bigs ironic. He told me he's still using his Cardinal bags, and as a guard walked him in, they ushered him to the Cardinal clubhouse. He had to tell him he's headed to the other side. Mike Matheny said he texted Fryer to say good for you, bad for us. Matheny says Fryer deserves to be in the majors. Tough to argue with that, Danny.
Did a great job. Did nothing to be sent away or released, but Pena's under a 2-year deal. A lot of money. Sometimes it's a numbers game.
Numbers and timing.
Here's Holiday, who struck out his first time up. No balls and 2 strikes. BJC Healthcare difference maker. Players with 10 or more home runs, 40 or more RBIs.
Again, that's at the halfway point of the season, so double those numbers. Those are big seasons. 5 guys, power numbers, and there's a B squad too of guys that have had good power numbers that just don't play as much. You can add Matt Adams to that. Jerko has some pop.
Holiday out in front and lifts the ball in the air to left. I think the question right now, when you talk about the loss of Eric Fryer and now that Brian Pena has been activated, how much will Pena play? Yadi leads innings caught, not just in the National League, but all of baseball by a wide margin. Here's Piscotty, who flied out to right. Trying to bunt his way on. Perfectly placed. Can he beat it out? He will. That's your cleanup man doing that.
You know, I get tired of saying this guy is smart. And it isn't just Stanford smart, it's baseball smart, but we're going to have to say it again. The whole right side of the infield is open because of the shift. A push bunt results in a base hit. You're going to give it to me, I'll take it. That's a player making an adjustment. I actually had an interesting chat with him yesterday. I said, you know, I'm tired of just talking about you as a smart guy. Tell me something else about you other than you're smarter than most people in the room most of the time. Says he loves to camp, loves to fish, does not want to be in the limelight, does not like that, but wants to compete and win championships. That's his drive. That's what he wants people to know about him.
Also took up guitar in the offseason. He had never played before, and he was looking for something to keep his mind off the game and do something outside of training for baseball to be productive, so he picked up guitar.
And he found that the rhythm of learning how to play a musical instrument equates to the mind process of being a player. How about that? Getting into the right zone mentally. Here's the push bunt, right side of the infield, wide open. First baseman can't go to get it because no one will be at the bag, so a long way to run for Harrison, who's quick but not that quick.
2-1. Chicago a 10-1 lead over Cincinnati. Cardinals starting play today, 8 games back of the Cubs. When does it get interesting for Chicago? 6 games back, 5. Love to see some pressure with their fan base and the expectation so high, the start that they had, to see what would happen if St. Louis or any team would get within 5.
They'll definitely have that pressure in the month of October.
You bet.
But maybe earlier.
The 2-2. The Reds, by the way, fired their pitching coach. Long time work done in the minor leagues of the Cardinals, Mark Riggins.
Sorry to hear that.
He's in a bad situation. That's historically and statistically one of the worst bullpens in baseball. Into center field, McCutchen makes the catch. Peralta is 1 for 2, and it brings in Yadier Molina.
I'm not saying now, not making a prediction, not saying it should happen tomorrow or next week or next month or next year, but I could see David Bell managing the Cincinnati Reds someday.
Agreed. Long history of the Bell family in Cincinnati. David has paid his dues and then some.
And a valuable member of Mike Matheny's staff, so we're not trying to get rid of him. I just think a lot of David.
Agreed.
My coach with the Indians, he was a rookie player, 18-year-old. He was our third baseman. I mean, he could barely drive and shave, and he was some kind of fiery player too. He did not like striking out, did not like making an error.
Ground ball that's hit to third, and a forced play at second. We played 4 and there's no score. Pittsburgh and St. Louis. And the Cardinals. Kris Bryant, what a year he's having. 79 games this season, 23 home runs. He's driven in 61. Last year he finished with 99 driven in and 26 home runs. Here's David Freese, Josh Harrison, and Jordy Mercer as we play here in inning number 5.
All right, Cardinal fans, it's okay to cheer for him once, then you get him out.
That's how you do it. Brewers started early today. We talked about the long night that they would have and the long day that they did have with the Cardinals here yesterday as Freese hits it out of play, and they beat Max Scherzer 1-0 in a game that started 11 in the morning Eastern time.
They had less than 15 hours to shower, eat, get to the airport, fly to the East Coast, get to the hotel, sleep, wake up, go to the ballpark, and we're not crying for them. They get to play baseball for a living, but for them to come out and beat Scherzer, that's pretty amazing.
Be an easy excuse.
Oh, yeah.
Freese, another base hit into right. 2 for 2. Boy, David was always so good at going the other way.
Seems like he had a big hit or two. And we remember the extra inning walk-off home runs. David Freese, that's our favorite one on that particular list. Carlton Fisk, probably the most famous one of all of those 5, as he was trying to get the ball to stay fair, and that an iconic moment in baseball. But if you ask people in St. Louis, the iconic moment is on the left with David Freese.
There's Josh Harrison, who struck out swinging back in the 2nd inning. Cardinals have turned a double play. The Fisk home run changed how cameras covered the game in the sport of baseball, as there was a rat at the foot of a cameraman that followed Carlton Fisk. And he was supposed to be following something else and started dealing with the rat. And because of that, stayed with Fisk, and it becomes an iconic moment in sports television history.
I did not know that.
David Freese, we just followed it out to center.
Yes, we did. Glad there were no rats involved or squirrels.
That was the
That's
2
a
series
different
before
year.
there.
That's right.
That was with Skip Schumacher at the plate against the Phillies. Charlie Manuel wanted a strike call too on Skip Schumacher when the squirrel decided to go in front of him. Manager at the time of the Phillies. That pitch at 97 just missed. 1-2. Fouled back. Never get sick of seeing this. Flashback after he had tripled. David Freese would win it. Put your hand up, David.
It's coming.
Now throw your helmet.
Now jump on home plate. Now party St. Louis. There it is. Terrific.
1-2 pitch. Ground ball through the hole. And a base hit into left. Freese will stop at second base.
Lance Berkman was here during the homestand. He had an event here at the ballpark, which, by the way, he said, I only played here a year, actually 2 years, but only played one of them. And St. Louis keeps inviting me back. I can't believe how much I love this baseball town. He really was appreciative of the Cardinals' desire to continue to connect with him, but certainly he was around that David Freese moment and an integral part of that game, and he was deflecting the praise for that game away from he and David both, really, and onto Descalso and John Jay and others that set the table.
And the bunt. It was Lance Berkman and the Cardinals at one point in his at bat down to their final strike, and he singled into center field. Here's Jordy Mercer, who was struck out. Martinez with 3. Strike 1. Big gap in left center field. Cardinals turned a double play back in the first. They turned 7 over the weekend against Milwaukee, as the Brewers had just 2 hits with runners in scoring position for the 3 games.
The gap in left center. Piscotty strong arm in right.
And a base hit into right field. Freese held up at third.
location of this pitch is away, and that's what Mercer did with it. Took it the other way. Moss, the right fielder, charged it well. Doesn't have the Piscotty arm we talked about in center, but good solid throw. Good mechanics. David Freese doesn't run that well, so now Carlos Martinez has to do some work.
8th place hitter Erik Kratz grounded out to third, first time up.
That's where you go to as far as your confidence and your mindset as a pitcher here. You're facing the bottom of the order. You ought to be able to get through this, even though it's bases loaded, no outs. Now, I'm not saying it's easy, but it's better than having Polanco, McCutchen, and Marte at the plate right now.
Good breaking ball and a strike. Chevy Fox Tracks with the slider here. How about that? A slider at 87 miles an hour.
Oh boy.
Slider at 87 miles an hour. Now you're Erik Kratz. You're wondering, okay, he's got 100 in his back pocket.
Yes.
He just broke 2 off the table at 87. Man, what am I doing here? This is a pretty tough league.
Very tough league.
0-2 pitch. 3 sliders and struck him out.
So now the confidence gets even better. You get the 8th place hitter to expand his zone with your pitch. Now you've got a pitcher at the plate. Now Nice, oddly enough, this year, Dan, has a pinch hit single. He's not really a great hitter. He's 115 on the season, but he had a chance to pinch hit in that crazy game they played against Arizona.
One that saw Shelby Miller playing the outfield. That game was in Arizona. Nice grounded out to third. 0 for 1. St. Louis fans remember Lance Berkman because he hit .423 in the World Series, on top of hitting 25+ home runs. Ground ball, can they turn 2? Slowly hit out there, on to first and out. Double play. Martinez is out of the jam. Is he on the bag? Looks like it. Clint Hurdle is at the top step. Has got the umpire's attention. And it is a double play. The second turn by the Cardinals today. 6-4-3. Midway through 5. No score on the 4th of July. By your local Volkswagen dealer. Brought to you by USAA Insurance, banking and investments tailored for the military community. This copyrighted telecast presented by the authority of the Cardinals and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the St. Louis Cardinals. Here's Brandon Moss as we celebrate the 4th of July here at the ballpark. 1951, Willie Mays hit .477 in AAA. Then he was called up to the Giants. Right after that, he was called to the U.S. Army. Johnny Sain returned to baseball in 1946, served 3 years in the U.S. Navy. Ted Williams was with the U.S. Marines, also a fighter pilot. You just think about on the celebration of our country and independence, those that wore baseball uniforms and also served our country. Nolan Ryan drafted by the Mets in 1965 and also by the U.S. Army in 1966.
Very different signing bonuses,
I'd say. That's up the middle, backhanded. Nice play here by Mercer, and safe at first. Moss beat it out as he limps towards the first base bag. And again, Clint Hurdle out on the top step. We'll see if the Pirates want to challenge the call. They're going to check also on Brandon Moss. The Cardinals medical team is out. No challenge on the call by Clint Hurdle. Take a look here.
Good closing speed. Moss, the last couple of steps, then there's the lunge towards the bag, and he hit the bag hard. And you can imagine that he jarred something there, and a little bit of discomfort that he showed. There's that last step. Get there, and he is safe. But he hits a little bit awkwardly. I wouldn't say Moss is fast, but he's got average speed, and he smelled that hit too, didn't he?
He did.
Another example, Dan, of if it were up to me, and clearly it's not. Baseball rules, I would do away with the manager having a chance to check the phone in the video room, and that, to me, that delay is you either believe that he was safe or out, either believe it or not. Give him an extra challenge, but you don't get to look at every single play and decide whether you're going to challenge or not. That's like a challenge. You shouldn't be afforded that opportunity in my mind. It's intrusive to the game.
1 ball, 1 strike on Jerko.
Nothing more riveting than watching a guy talk on the phone.
Depends what they're talking about.
I guess.
Yellowwood bringing the lumber. Back on April 5th, Jed Jerko at his first Cardinals home run hit down the left field line at PNC Park. Yellowwood bringing the lumber. And Jerko now with 7 this year and hits into a potential double play. Out at second. Nice turn and safe at first. It's another one that the Pirates will take a close look at.
Clint spending a lot of time on that top step, isn't he? Now, he did not quite have the closing speed. Jerko, a little bit of a half step, and I believe he was safe. So no challenge again. Jerko mentioned Cardinals had 6 hitters in their lineup that have crushed Nice. He's one of them. He's hitting .429 coming into this game, but he's 0 for 2.
Martinez trying to bunt. There's strike 1. Thought the other night with Ned Yost was ridiculous. Both teams off the field. He hadn't even motioned to the umpires as to whether or not he wanted to take a look at it.
Agreed.
That's a base hit by Martinez into center. And Jerko stops at second base. 2 hits in the inning, and it brings in Carpenter.
Martinez now with 2 of the 5 Cardinal hits. One to left field. He drives this one up the middle. Adam Wainwright approves.
.318 average with runners in scoring position. Carpenter has walked and was caught stealing in the first and lined out to right.
Maybe 2 weeks ago, Dan, you started saying, you know what, Matt Carpenter's an all-star. Okay, he's done it twice, but his average has gone from 250 to close to 300. But when you start looking around the league, the National League, I'm not sure there's a better player right now than Matt Carpenter overall.
I'd say if you had a vote right now for MVPs, not saying he'd win it for the first half, but he'd be in the conversation.
He should be. 14 homers, 51 RBIs. He's 3rd in walks, 3rd in runs scored, 1st in on-base percentage. He's also in the top 3 in slugging percentage.
Remember the slow start that he had. Did not have a very good spring. Hit 190 in April, 230, May 309, and a ridiculous month of June that included an on-base percentage right around 500. He was percentage points away from 500. And a chance to go hitting here with a count of 3 balls and 1 strike. Full count. .3-2 is hit into right field. A sinking liner that drops in for a base hit. Jed Jerko will score. And the Cardinals lead it 1-0 on RBI number 52 from Matt Carpenter.
The Pirates had an RBI opportunity in the top of the 5th, but they had the wrong people at the plate. The Cardinals in the bottom of the 5th, the runner in scoring position, and they have the perfect guy at the plate in Matt Carpenter.
Ray Searage out to visit. The man that brought Ray Searage back into baseball is a guy that has touched so many lives in the Cardinals organization, George Kissel. Kissel talked to Ray. He knew him as a player and a pitcher, and said, you have a lot to offer to the game of baseball. You need to think about getting into coaching. And Ray did. Spent some time in the minor leagues and now recognized as one of the top pitching coaches in all of baseball. Just look at the number of players that have been reclamation projects under Ray Searage, and the list goes on and on. He is really good.
The only axe I have to grind with Ray Searage, who's a friend of mine, is that he didn't begin the reclamation project with me when we were teammates.
Hey, you were here though.
Well, no, he and I were together in Chicago and LA. He could have helped me out in the bullpen because I needed a lot of help when we were teammates. Trust me.
Diaz looks at a strike. Popped up and out of play. 0-2. 2-2. Taps it out in front of the plate. Nice throws, and the pick by Jaso.
It was almost a disaster for the Pirates. Jaso picks the throw, but Nice has to worry about the runner at third, so he has to give a little check there. Now he's off balance. Then the snap throw. Jaso digs it very well, hangs on. That had error written all over it. That's what speed will do for you. Pressures you to do things a little bit quicker than you want to.
Carpenter, your runner at second base. Carlos Martinez, who singled, is at third. 2 outs, first base open. Here's Holiday.
Dan, a big hello to John Garagiola, who's enjoying our broadcast. Loves the Cardinals. He is Joe's nephew, Mickey's son, and he doesn't miss a Cardinals broadcast. So happy 4th, really, to everybody who's enjoying Cardinals baseball here this afternoon. Glad we finally found one of those windows that's open a little bit wider than some of the other ones have been. I don't want to hear about a window again, Dan. Don't want to hear it. Still a bit gray here in downtown St. Louis, but looks like we'll get this in. Comfortable temperature.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Two and 2.
Holiday is just 2 for his last 19. Love to see him get hot going into the All-Star break. It'd be nice for the Cardinals to finish well going into the break. Win 5 out of 7, maybe.
Jammed him. Hit to third. David Freese puts Holiday away as he slams his helmet down. Matt Carpenter with a single into right to score Jed Jerko, the only scoring today, and it's 1-0 St. Louis.
Farrakhan, Kuwait. Want to wish everyone in Southern Illinois a happy Independence Day, especially Brent and Allie Peterson and your daughters Cameron and Hadley. Happy wedding day. I wish I could have been there. I love you all. Go Redbirds. Beat the Pirates.
Many thanks to all our military men and women serving our armed forces for everything that they do, and we have the opportunity to enjoy baseball here this afternoon.
You think 4th of July, you think family, picnics,
rain delays,
baseball, but we also need to, I think we all need to be grateful for those who've provided these freedoms. And I thought your interview during the 3rd inning was a great example of that. And that's exactly what he said. He said that's what this day is all about. He really enjoyed being here, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Had the chance to visit with him a little bit before we went on the air and then more afterwards, and said his family was so excited to be here. Loves the Cardinals. Grew up in northern Ohio in Toledo. We're talking about Edward C. Byers, if you just joined us. Senior Chief Special Warfare Operator, a Navy SEAL. And he was awarded the Medal of Honor from President Barack Obama back in February. 11 overseas deployments, 9 combat tours. Jaso lifts it into the gap in right center. And that ball will get down and all the way to the wall. Be a double for Jaso, who's on base for the 2nd time. A double, now a walk. And Martinez again will have to pitch out of trouble. He did it last inning with the bases loaded and nobody out.
Again, the difference last inning to this inning, he was facing the bottom of the order, but with Jaso, the leadoff hitter, going down to get that swing. Beautiful swing. When left-handers have it working, it's beautiful to watch. And there's something about lefties doing it. You think of Jim Edmonds and others with that sweet swing. Will Clark, he drives that ball into right center. Now you've got to face the guys that we were glad weren't up last inning. Polanco, McCutchen, and Marte.
Grounded into a double play and is struck out. Fastball and a strike. Martinez has done his job on the mound, also did it at the plate. He's 2 for 2. 4th career multi-hit game for Carlos Martinez. His average is now up to 290 this year.
Polanco, we mentioned, has hit Martinez well. 563 coming into this game. Now he is 0 for 2. But 563 batting average, but 875 on base percentage. He's walked 7 times too. Danny, we talk about it a lot, but every time I see Polanco, I think Oscar Taveras. And when you see Polanco facing Carlos Martinez, it's hard not to think about Oscar Taveras.
Two-one pitch. Driven out to deep right field. This is trouble, and it is gone. Polanco with a home run. And the Bucks go on top. It's now 2-1. Polanco with home run number 11, RBIs 48 and 49. Carlos Martinez just the 7th home run he's allowed this year.
Change-up grip, change-up too much in the middle of the plate, and the hands back for Polanco. He may have been fooled a tad by the body, but his hands were back and he smoked that ball into the bleachers and right.
Strike to McCutchen. Martinez wears number 18 to honor Oscar Taveras. Those two grew up on the streets of the Dominican, looking to shine shoes for pennies. Oscar's done a lot of work with his foundation here in town, especially in the Latin community. as McCutchen. It's a high fly ball into right.
Talking about Carlos's foundation, and again just reminding us of Oscar Taveras. There were years where we heard Taveras Polanco. Wait till you see these two players. They will be the next great players in the National League.
One out and nobody on, and a strike to Starling Marte. Sliding catch by Stephen Piscotty in center field to take a hit away in the second, and also flied out to right. Fastball at 99.
We talked about Martinez able to add velocity, and he's doing it.
Wants to barehand, don't throw it away. Probably had time to glove and throw, but he didn't realize it. Tried to barehand it, got by him, and it's an infield hit for Marte, who can fly.
I don't think anybody else is going to throw him out other than Martinez, so he believes he has to barehand it and doesn't get the glove on it. Probably did have time to get it on the backhand, turn the other way, but off balance at that point. Didn't get the grip. Should have put the ball in his back pocket. Figuratively speaking.
Marte with 23 steals. He's been caught 6 times. David Freese 2 for 2. Both singles have gone to right field. It's 4 hits in the inning, and now 6 today for Pittsburgh. Cardinals have turned 2 double plays. Runner goes. Molina to second base, and not in time. Stolen base number 24 for Marte.
And stolen base number 61 for the Pirates. The Cardinals have 18. That shows you just how much they love to run. Marte can't wait to run. Second in the National League. Slides straight to the bag and hangs on. This is good defense here, too, for young players to know when you put the tag on, keep the tag on, because if he comes off the bag, you might get the call.
Check swing, and he went. First 4 innings, the Pirates went 1 for 12. Last 2 innings, they've got 6 hits. Marte in scoring position. 1-2 pitch to Freese. Lost his bat as that baseball is fouled back. It's back, Cardinals fans. The refreshing taste of the frozen strawberry lemonade. It's available all summer long, and it's only at McDonald's.
I didn't get a measurement on that Piscotty home run. Did you hear what that was?
I did not. And he put it up into Big Mac land.
He seemed like a top 10er maybe in Busch Stadium 3. 460 maybe.
There's a 1-2 pitch. Ground ball pulled foul. '2006 World Championship Mystery Ring coming up on Saturday when the Marlins are here. Ichiro going for 3,000 hits. You'll receive that player ring. It's a wearable. Has the name of one of 5 players from the '06 championship team. It's July 16th. Tickets available at cardinals.com/promotions. On 1-2, the next pitch to Freese.
Watch out. Wow. Glad David was alert on this. Fastball gets away, up and in, and how close was that? He could hear that buzzing past him.
Tommy Pham was in the starting lineup today and dealing with a sore shoulder. Randal Grichuk has been getting slowly better, putting up numbers at AAA Memphis. There's a strikeout. Jeremy Hazelbaker, by the way, has been put on the DL. Strikeout number 5 for Carlos Martinez.
Runs that fastball back in, this time closer to the plate. Freese can't lay off. Say game of adjustments. David takes 2 balls the other way, and Carlos just pounds him inside in that at bat.
Here's Harrison with 2 outs and a runner at second base and a 2-1 Pirates lead. Pittsburgh on the road, 3 games below the 500 mark, 3 games above at home, and 12-17 again with struggles inside the division. 5 games below the 500 mark. Really cost them last year what they did inside the division, and this year 12-17. Two balls and no strikes on Harrison. 1 for 2 today. He is singled to left. 2-1. Harrison's versatility allowed the Mets to make that trade for Neil Walker, knowing that Harrison could play second base, and then the Pirates pick up Jonathan Nice.
Martinez has gotten back even in the count, and one of the things you think about with a pitcher is what do you do when you're ahead in the count? What kind of pitch selection do you go with? And here's the breakup for Carlos. 46% fastballs, but when he's behind in the count, it's up to 68% fastballs. So if you get behind that swing pitch, so important for a hitter to know these tendencies. How's he going to pitch me when he's ahead? How's he going to pitch me when he's behind in the count? And that's part of the cat and mouse game that goes on with pitcher and catcher.
2-2.
I got it. I got it. Now when he's even the count, 65% fastballs, and you're still going to see 20% changeups. Not the slider as much, 11%. And those tendencies are talked about, Dan. You see them on video. You look at those numbers, and sometimes the numbers just overwhelm you, but a hitter clearly aware of them.
Strikeout of Harrison. So 2 in the inning, 6 today, but a home run by Gregory Polanco, his 11th, and it's 2-1 Pittsburgh. Stephen Piscotty is fly to right and had a bunt base hit against the shift. Peralta on deck and Yadier Molina. So Nice now pitching with a lead of 2-1.
Notice Nice turning around and checking out where Harrison was behind him. You remembered. Players are asked to do a shift and pitchers sometimes don't agree with it.
Popped up. Jaso giving it a look, and it's out of play.
Sometimes there's an issue with that, Dan, but you also wonder whether teams, what does it take for a team to make an adjustment after the shift is no longer working? We're seeing that with Matt Adams. Some teams are moving away from their idea of putting 3 guys on the right side of the infield because he's gotten so many hits the other way.
Got in just enough, and a ground ball to Jordy Mercer. Fires a strike to Jaso for the out. MLB.TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service, delivers everything you've come to expect and more. Out-of-market games live in high definition. Visit MLB.TV for details.
By the way, we asked earlier and got the answer on Piscotty's grand slam, just how far that was yesterday. It was measured at 425. And I have a hard time believing that. That was about 8 to 10 rows up in Big Mac land. That's a long 425 feet.
1-1 the count on Johnny Peralta.
I do not have a measuring stick. I don't have a little ruler or whatever those things are. I don't have anything to shoot it even. I don't have my golf distance finder, but that's more than 425. We're going to work on finding that out. Don't want the man to be slighted.
Did you agree with Moss at 477 the other day?
I was okay with that one. That was a long one.
Every bit of 477. Here's Yadier Molina with 2 outs. He's 0 for 2.
What I loved about that home run that Moss hit is, I would say, split second or before the ball left the infield, you knew calling that home run that it was 477. You could the sound of the bat, the way you called that was terrific. You were right on it. You knew it was going to be a blast that we were going to want to pay attention to.
Up the middle and a base hit. I got to be honest, I think everybody knew.
Well, I think you knew. Well, the pitcher knew first. Pitcher and Moss knew first, probably the catcher right about now. But that sound, and we don't even see the ball. It was smoked. Now we see it about 3 rows from the top row, and a souvenir for a guy that never thought he'd get a baseball.
You don't see many hit in that area even in batting practice on a warm day.
Agreed.
And I'm in agreement with you. You mentioned earlier that there's been a couple of balls hit over the weekend that would seem like home runs and have not left the ballpark. And it's right now it's thick air. It's not warm, muggy, but not, you know, the hot temperatures usually it just seems to carry in this ballpark.
Peralta's ball in the second inning of this game. Matt Carpenter's had at least 2, I think 3 up against the wall that he thought were out. Tommy Pham hit one off the top of the wall. Cardinals still flexing their muscles though, and remember, Nice gives up a lot of home runs. Cardinals could strike very quickly against him if he makes mistakes.
I don't think many of us, although John Mozeliak disputes this, he says I did, but not many of us expected the Cardinals to hit as many home runs or for the power that they've shown with extra bases this year coming out of spring training.
I didn't. How many home runs were hit in spring? I don't know the number. It was low.
Handful.
Handful of home runs, exactly. I guess Roger Dean Stadium is a pitcher's ballpark.
Barry Bonds in one of the games that we were doing with Miami talked to a few of us and said this is the hardest park I've ever seen in my life for a hitter. We've mentioned many times it's very tough on the lefties, as Archimedes Caminero, hard thrower, getting loose. That's because of the batter's eye, but in general, very tough to hit a home run in that ballpark.
Moss leads the Cardinals with 17. One of those 5 players with 40 or more RBIs. More of a threat against a right-handed pitcher, but if Neese hangs one, you never know.
Hit right into the shift and right off of Mercer. Moss is still limping a bit after he legged out an infield hit his previous at bat. That was back in the 5th inning. They bring that up as you see the air on Mercer and a tough hop. Ball just came up to his chest, but you bring it up. You think about the athletic outfield. There's the limp by Moss, the speed of Molina, and then what you have also at first base with a ball in the gap in Brandon Moss. And that'll be it for the lefty Jonathan Neese. Double switch coming up. Chevy called to the pen as Clint Hurdle will make the move. Caminero's been getting loose. He throws smoke, and that's it for Jonathan Neese. An error by Mercer does him in. The Cardinals will have runners at first and second with 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th, with the Pirates leading 2-1 when we come back. In the driver's seat, and the job of the bullpen here for Clint Hurdle since June 25th. A 0 ERA at 29 innings. That is dominant.
Well, the walk strikeout ratio is ridiculous too. 28 walks, 5 strikeouts, and you knew that the Pirates bullpen would be good at the back end for sure. With Watson and Melanson, they've always been good, but the second line guys are starting to get hot too, and I think that's been part of their resurgence. Caminero, as you mentioned, throws gas.
Jerko, run scored. He is lined out and hit into a fielder's choice. 2 outs and 2 on.
Originally, I did see Matt Adams in the on-deck circle. He's been replaced by Greg Garcia. So originally Adams, now Garcia. If Carlos Martinez's place comes up here in the bottom of the 6th, they'll be done with 93 pitches and a 2-for-2 day. Maybe you let him hit.
Certainly something to think about. 2 outs, 2 on, and an 0-1 pitch to Jedd Gyorko. Inside. Chicago holds on. They beat Cincinnati. Reds are 1-10 this year against the Cubs. One of these teams stays put in the standings. Another team will drop a game. Outfield is straight away, and the 1-1 pitch to Jedd Gyorko. 1-2.
You talked about Martinez having a hard slider. That one was 89 from Caminero.
Hard thrower. Shift is on. Room to the right side. It's something to think about with a guy that's throwing as hard as Caminero and all that room to the right side.
Well, the other reality that the Cardinals are dealing with is that Yadier Molina is the runner at second base, and you've got 3 good arms in the outfield. Exceptional arm in left field with Marte. He has 9 outfield assists. Last year he led all of baseball with 16. So he's used to it, and he is going to charge the ball and come up throwing. McCutchen and Polanco both throw well.
Here's a 1-2 pitch, and he struck him out. On this Independence Day, USAA honors those who have served and all of our service members at home and abroad. Series anniversary celebration presented by Budweiser, the 15th, 16th, and 17th of this month. And all weekend long, you can get exciting promotional items commemorating the Cardinals' win over the Tigers in the Fall Classic. And catch this special pregame reunion ceremony Saturday, July 16th. More information at cardinals.com/promotions. Yadier Molina still here. Adam Wainwright. 06 team. Albert Pujols still playing with the Angels, but most of those players retired, and many of them will come back to St. Louis. Here's Jordy Mercer. It's Mercer, Kratz, and Frazier. Frazier in the 9th spot. He has singled to right. He's also struck out.
Carlos Martinez going through the interesting emotions in the bottom half of the 6th inning of wanting his team to get him runs, but also wanting to stay in the game and going back out to pitch. So I don't know exactly what you root for. Probably the runs.
Slow chopper, no play for Peralta as Mercer beats it out, and it's an infield hit. Well, you've had Manus getting loose in the pen, and now it's Tyler Lyons, a left-hander. If you're going to pull him, this would be the time you would think with Manus, a double play specialist, but this year a little different.
Only lefty in the Cardinals bullpen right now is Tyler Lyons, with Kevin Siegrist out. Limits what Mike Matheny can do with his bullpen. You've got a couple of guys you're being extremely careful with, I would say, right now, in Rosenthal and even Tuivailala.
Sam came in yesterday, did not record an out. Rosenthal was relieved by the Rule 5 pickup Matt Bowman, as they're still trying to get him right. Crowd today of 41,850, 41850 here on the 4th of July. Mercer stands at first, the second infield hit for the Pirates today. Kratz is 0 for 2. Showing bunt again. And takes a strike, 0-2, so that changes the complexion of this at bat potentially.
Squares to bunt, takes one clearly a strike, somehow thought it wasn't. I must say it is a little difficult when you've squared around to have the same accurate understanding of what the strike zone is. It's a different look.
I know that clearly shows it's a strike.
I know that because I was asked to bunt every time.
Except against Nolan Ryan.
Well, turned his stuff around, yeah. But
first major league hit, man.
Yeah, I was leading there. Thank you for jumping on that. But Whitey's comment always to me was bunt till you're out. Literally, no signs. Never had a sign, ever. Bunt till you're out.
Kratz strikes out, screams.
And he bunted till he was out.
7 strikeouts for Martinez today. Plaza Tire Fox Tracks.
Got a little stabby at that. Instead of letting the ball hit the bat, stabbed at it. That's a frustrating at bat for a non-pitcher, trust me.
Hardest pitch to bunt is?
Well, most would say the high fastball, but I would say it would be a breaking ball. From a pitcher's point of view. I don't know if hitters would agree with that, but pitchers, anything that had movement was a nightmare.
High chopper hit to the right side. Watch out. And Martinez is there to the bag. Almost collided there with Jedd Gyorko.
Little athleticism to make sure there wasn't a collision on both of their part. Now you have Lyons ready. You have the lefties at the top of the lineup, and Jaso and Polanco. Looks like Mike Matheny's going to let Martinez have the first lefty at least, which I think makes sense. Polanco is up right now. As good a success as he's had against Carlos, you've got to go get Lyons. But I think Carlos has earned the right, with how well he's pitched today, to face Jaso. But reasonable minds differ on that.
And if the Cardinals do go to the bullpen, you would think about a double switch. Martinez spot due up first. Popped up. Peralta is over and can't make the catch. One ball, one strike on Jaso, who is walked, grounded out, and also doubled and scored back in inning number 6.
It will be fascinating, to me anyway, how the Cardinals handle the last few innings of this game with their bullpen. There's so many combinations, so many different ways that Mike Matheny can decide to go, and he has a lot of different plates he's trying to spin right now. The psyche of a couple of the guys out there.
The 1-2. Also, who's available in terms of just games back to back and fresh arms.
Real question about how much you could use O today. He's been busy lately. almost have to work backwards, Dan, and say, who do I want to pitch the ninth? And let's say it's not O. I guess it would be Broxton. If that's the case, that backs you into where are Manus and Lyons slotting in. Bowman even. Ooh. Carlos wanted that pitch. Backdoor breaking ball. Is it a strike? There's the break. There's the frame. And Dale Scott got it right. Sometimes you just see it with your heart, not reality.
Hit up the middle and a base hit into center field. A run will score, and this will make it a 3-1 Pirates lead. Cut off by Martinez, throw to second, and the tag is there. The day will end for Carlos Martinez with 7 strikeouts. And speaking of strikeouts, 4th of July, Nolan Ryan made history.
Top of the 7th inning and an interesting end of the inning. Piscotty comes up throwing, but he's got nobody to throw it to. Carlos Martinez is upset. He's standing in the middle of the infield. He shouldn't be there, but somebody should be. There's no cutoff man to home unless they assume Piscotty was not going to throw the ball home. There needs to be a middle infielder standing there to get that throw from Piscotty, and Carlos should be behind home. But it worked out. Not the way you draw it up, but it worked out as Carlos got the out at second.
Second inning of work for Caminero. Sean Rodriguez takes over at first base. Many times the Pirates will do that defensively, and they'll move Rodriguez all over the infield. This is our Gateway Honda home run inning. Cardinals hit a home run. Gateway Honda dealers donate $1,000 to the Make-A-Wish Foundation of Missouri.
Garcia 4 for 7 as a pinch hitter.
Slowly hit. Had trouble, it looked like, getting out of the batter's box, and he's out. They've got all that drying agent and the clumps of dirt that have gathered around the batter's box. Didn't seem like Ray got out of there very well.
No, it looked like he had heavy legs there. I think part of it's getting jammed too. I think the jam shot, the fact that it sent him backwards a bit, he got off to a slow start out of the box. Little misstep there on the first step. You saw it, I saw it, and that's the difference maybe between him being safe and out.
Carpenter has a lone RBI today for the Cardinals back in inning number 5. Walked, was caught stealing, and he also lined out to right. Strokes a base hit into right field. Third time he's been on base today.
Carpenter has what looks like from the side view a long swing, but he really doesn't. He's just quick to the ball and has good extension. That's why he can drive the ball with such power. Hits the ball hard through the infield. There's Broxton and Manus both getting loose. That tells me that I think O is available tonight. Just a guess. Cardinals do not like to say too much about who's available and who's not for competitive reasons, which makes sense. We know O has been used a lot, but with Broxton up this early, I think O may be available for the night.
One-0 pitch to Aledmys Diaz. Represents the tying run. Two and 0. Get the feeling this is the key inning right here with the big bats coming up. And we all know about Melanson in the back end of games. One of the best shutdown closers in baseball.
We've already showed the cumulative effort of the Pirates bullpen.
2-0 is popped out. International soccer returning to St. Louis. Don't miss Liverpool FC as they take on AS Roma at Busch Stadium. Go to cardinals.com/soccer to purchase tickets. August 1st, Liverpool versus Roma at Busch Stadium. Caminero came on with 2 runners on back in the 6th, got a strikeout. Then here in the 7th, Garcia has grounded out, base hit by Carpenter. Diaz popped out, and now it's Holiday. Fastball at 98. As crazy as it may sound, you do see the difference between 95, 96, and then a guy that throws 98. It's only 3 miles an hour, but just watching it, just that little difference that you see.
We used to say the same thing about the difference between 91, 92 and a guy that would throw 95. And there are some in the game that would say 95 of, say, 20 years ago is really literally the same as 98, 99. The guns are different. Whether that's true or not, that 2 or 3 mile an hour difference between what players usually see is exponentially tougher to hit because timing is involved. You're looking at anything over 90 is fast, but you gear up for 92, 92, and all of a sudden you got to gear up even more. You're late most of the time.
Chopped to short. Mercer flips to second, and the Cardinals are done here in the bottom of the 7th. They have left 8 on, and we head to the 8th. 3-1 Pittsburgh. The pen, Seth Maness in for the St. Louis Cardinals, in a bullpen that's been beat up a little bit this homestand. 15 innings, 15 hits, and 9 walks.
I think Seth Maness may be important for this. Well, he is important for this Cardinals bullpen between now and the All-Star break as they're trying to sort things out. He has been a stabilizer before in his career. He wasn't pitching that way early, clearly. That's what got him sent out. Fatigue a part of it, but when he's pumping strikes and getting ground balls, he can really shorten the game and get enough key outs so you're not having to rely on others in the 8th and 9th to pitch every day.
Quickly, no balls, 2 strikes on Polanco. Sure, what's frustrating a little bit tonight or this afternoon or this evening for Carlos Martinez was the pitch with 2 strikes just off the plate to Jaso, last hitter that he saw, and then it was called a ball, and then the next pitch was a single. Here's our Nissan drive of the game off the bat of Polanco.
That too is a disappointing part for Carlos. Just shows how small the margin is between success and a loss in this game. You take those couple of pitches back, and I do think it was a ball, the pitch on the outer half to Jaso. Thought the call was right, but if it would have been a millimeter or a centimeter or a half an inch more, it would have been a strike, and he'd have gotten through the inning. And the changeup to Polanco, if he could have that back, but you can't take it back.
3-1 the count. Check that, 2-2 the count. The next 2, Polanco grounded foul. Taken high, 3-2. Polanco here, McCutchen and Marte. Slap the other way. Well hit, and it is gone. It's a home run opposite way. Gregory Polanco.
I don't remember the last time I saw a ball hit into that area of the ballpark, and it's an odd little area. Dan,
I'll tell you
when it comes in.
It was him, Polanco, last time they were here.
I missed that, but he didn't miss this. Fastball up, 3-2. There's the area we're talking about.
It was the oddest swing you'd ever seen, and he thought he was out. Maness dropped the ball. McCutchen is aboard. What does speed do to a team?
Creates stress and pressure, even on an athlete like Seth Maness.
It was a Sunday afternoon, and late in that game, Polanco lifted a fly ball. He didn't even know where it was. Then looked up, kind of found a little bit of the direction of where the fielders were going, realized he hit it in the air, and it turned out to be a home run.
Suggesting we call that Polanco corner?
I'd rather not, but it might be.
Right.
Here's Starling Marte. Infield hit, stolen base, 1 for 3. Line to second base for the out. Our Budweiser What's on Tap. Look ahead to game number 2 of this series. Jameson Taillon, exceptional curveball, and also Mike Leake will go for the Cardinals, and it's a night game. We haven't had one of those in a while. That's our Budweiser What's on Tap.
that young fan that I met before the game that said he was going to root for David Freese and the Cardinals is about half happy right now. Freese with a couple of hits. Really nice moment here today. And the crowd acknowledged him.
No balls, 2 strikes with 1 out. Let's see if Manus can't get that ground ball double play. Just missed on the outside corner. Two-two pitch, Manus to Freese. And he went. A strikeout of David Freese. If you can't watch the games on television, you can now stream games live on your mobile device. Just go to your app store, download the free Fox Sports Go app, log in, and stream the Cardinals wherever you go. Been one of the top pinch hitters for the Pirates this year, Matt Joyce.
He had an awful year a year ago and was considering giving up playing baseball. Pirates give him a chance, making good use of it.
Lines it into center, base hit. Manus should be out of the inning after the error in the at bat with McCutchen. He's given up a home run, now a single. And it brings in Jordy Mercer with runners at first and second.
He did make that error, but wanted to point out a positive for the Cardinals over the last few days and really extend that to the Milwaukee Brewers. Field conditions as they were the last few days, the fact that the Cardinals were able to make so many good defensive plays, particularly Diaz at short, but so many other plays we saw in the outfield and the infield. Just an incredibly impressive time to be doing that.
Saw a lot of balls skipping on the grass. Tough to move. The wetness on the turf. 1 ball, 1 strike. Jordy Mercer just 3 for 16 against Seth Manus.
Seth struggles this inning, become an additive problem for the Cardinals bullpen. And we were hoping they'd be an answer, that he'd be an answer to the Cardinals bullpen. Right now, he's not sharp either.
AT&T high-speed replay. Here it is.
Where'd it go?
Oh, there it is, over the wall. Barely. Back on May 8th against the Cardinals off the foul pole. And the home run for Polanco, and that put that game back on May 8th out of reach. So the bases are loaded. Erik Kratz at the plate. 2 outs. 4-1 Pittsburgh. And the 1-1. Very important at bat right here. Bases loaded. It's only a 3-run lead. You've got the 8th inning coming up. 6 outs still in your back pocket. We've seen how well the Cardinals have produced 7th inning or later in games.
Absolutely. And the home run capability has been part of that. It'll be a challenge against the 8th and 9th inning bullpen of the Pirates, but not out of the question.
Manus gets the strikeout, and the Pirates strand the bases loaded. Gregory Polanco, 2 home runs today, numbers 11 and 12. No foul pole, but just over the wall. Cardinals baseball is brought to you by Bud Light. Raise 1-2 right now. And by Ford, the official cars and trucks of the Cardinals. Chevy called to the pen, takes his 2. Juan Nicasio, who actually was in their starting rotation to begin the season. This is our Chevy called to the pen.
They believe that he's better suited being a reliever than he is being a starter. He hasn't really been a guy that's been able to go more than 5 innings as a starter. There's the numbers for Nicasio, but he's pitched much better out of the bullpen. He's the guy, Dan, remember the line drive that went off of his head in just one of the nastiest moments that you're going to see in baseball. That was Nicasio. Every time I see him pitch, I'm just happy for him that he's back out doing what he loves to do.
You also think about Ryan Vogelsong, who was in their pen, that took a line drive off his face. And it was Nicasio who beat Vogelsong out in the rotation, breaking camp in spring training.
Actually can see a scar on the back of his head, and it was an awful moment. It really was. You just didn't know how serious it might be, and just to have the courage to get back up on the mound with a guy swinging a bat. And you know, we know how hard balls are hit off the bat now because that's something we're measuring. We thought, well, you can't get out of the way of a pitch because it's thrown 95 miles an hour. Well, how about off the bat at 115 when you're off balance?
Right. And the check swing and strikeout of Stephen Piscotty. Let's take a look at the Hyundai pitch arsenal.
Nicasio, who has the 8th instead of Watson, which I think is a little bit odd here, but he has mostly fastballs, slider, occasional changeup. And so basically a 2-pitch pitcher, which I think is part of the reason you think of him as a reliever, not a starter. If you're a starter, you're going to have a little bit more of an assortment of 3 or more pitches to get through the lineup 3 times.
Strike 2. Johnny Peralta. Molina on deck. Cardinals trailing 4-1 here in the home half of the 8th. Oh, 2. Peralta this afternoon with a double. He's flied to center and also struck out. And Nicasio struck out the first 2. Don't miss baseball's biggest stars 87th All-Star Game, presented by MasterCard, July 12th on Fox. Coverage begins at 6:30 Central. Molina with a single back in the 6th. Tied Tim McCarver all-time in hits, 1,501. Surprise you, 34 catchers. That's it with 1,500 hits.
Not many.
I was talking with Al about that the other day, and both of us, you think 1,500 hits, more guys are going to be at that level, obviously, as opposed to 2,000, 2,500, 3,000. List goes on and on, but only 34 catchers have done it.
You'd expect him to get to 2,000 or more.
And a strikeout of Molina. Nicasio comes in and strikes out the side. Coverage of baseball brought to you by T-Mobile. Mark Teixeira, home run yesterday, 5th switch hitter to reach 400 in his career. Danny Salazar starts tonight against Detroit. Matt Harvey against Miami. Up and down season for the Dark Knight in New York. Adam Frazier to face Sam Tuivailala.
And if you're Sam, you just have to say, okay, let's try this again. Yesterday didn't work out very well for him. He come on strong in AAA, made the All-Star team there. The ERA over 5, oddly enough.
Hit the other way and 1 out.
But Sam has the stuff. There's no question about that. He's been working on the curveball and the cutter. You know, when you're a reliever, Dan, you have to be a pitch maker. We can talk all we want about their velocity, but if you're not making good pitches, you're only going to throw about 8 to 10 of them. So what?
Sean Rodriguez. hard not to like this guy. We see him when he's hitting .370 against St. Louis, but versatility, good hitter, on the year batting .260. Chevy called to the pen as Sam Tuivailala.
He taught me the Samoan way to say it, his last name. But I can only get it right once, and then it's just jumbled after that. Tuivailala. Tuivailala. Huh, got it twice.
That's what you think.
Close enough.
Go down there and ask Sam right now.
I have many times. He taught me on a Caravan.
Fastball right down the middle. Strikeout of Rodriguez. Blues fans invited to free and public practices and scrimmages at Blues Prospect Camp. 30 of the Blues draft picks and promising minor league players will participate in workouts and scrimmages every afternoon. It's open to the public. Camp runs tomorrow through Friday, July 8th at the St. Louis Outlet Mall. Details at stlouisblues.com. Gregory Polanco with 2 home runs today. Pitch inside for ball 1. Bob Molina didn't like that strike call against him, but stays in the game. He knows how much and how far you can push the home plate umpire, and I'm sure those two have had a nice conversation this top of the 9th. Molina not one to get into an umpire's face, show him up.
Don't you think experience helps with that?
Sure.
When you have 1,500 career hits, not that you don't care about every single at bat, but it's not your last at bat. When you're a guy fighting for a job or fighting for playing time, that one at bat could really hurt you. But Yadi is going to be in there again tomorrow. Trust me.
Nobody has been throwing in the Pirates' pen after a solid bottom of the 8th by Nicasio, in which he struck out the side. 2-1 pitch. Now 2-2.
So far, you can add another 2 1/3 innings to their scoreless streak for the Pirates bullpen.
There's no doubting the big arm by Tuivailala. It's just the secondary pitches. Still trying to get those major league quality. Offset the fastball.
So he's learning a cutter, and when he throws a cutter, it's a good pitch. He threw a really nasty one to Rodriguez. But when you throw a bad cutter, it's usually a rope somewhere. Because a bad cutter ends up being a slow fastball. That's the best way to describe what it looks like to a hitter. You come underneath the cutter, it just spins and doesn't break and is very hittable. So you can't be half and half with it.
That ball stays fair as he breaks the bat of Polanco and sends us to the bottom of the 9th. It's 4-1 Pittsburgh. game at Fort Bragg. Marlins and Braves. And that field was built in conjunction with Major League Baseball and the Players Association. About $5 million. The players raved, by the way, about the surface. They said it was better than most Major League parks. At Fort Bragg has over 50,000 active military. And a nice way to put a well, final look at the 4th of July here.
And I understand that Lieutenant Mitch Harris was a part of that day. Cardinal reliever who is hurt right now and out.
He said during the anthem it was the most emotional he had ever been hearing it.
Wow.
Here's Brandon Moss, 4-1 Pittsburgh. Nicasio, his second inning of work, trying to finish this one off. Last save was back on May 15th of 2015 when he was with the Dodgers against Colorado. The 1-1 pitch to Moss.
We talk a lot about players making adjustments, but sometimes managers do too. You see Nicasio pitch last inning, and as sharp as his slider was, why not send him back out there again?
Personally, I think it's a smart move by Clint Hurdle.
Might not be plan A, but you got to watch too. Tony La Russa taught us that.
And for managers, it's a fine line because this is a business.
Yeah.
And you're trying to pile up saves even when it looks like an easy save situation for your closer to notch another one in that save department. Moss pops it up. Shortstop Mercer. One away. Let's turn to our Budweiser player of the game, Gregory Polanco, the right fielder of the Pirates. 2 for 5 today, couple of home runs as he drove in 3. So his last 2 games here at this ballpark, 3 home runs.
He up to 50 RBIs now with those 3 here this afternoon. We talked about him being a thorn in the side of Carlos Martinez. Well, that happened again. He also took Seth Maness deep, who does not give up very many home runs. That was in the 8th.
Pitch taken high by Colton Wong. What have you thought about his transition to the outfield?
I actually like him in the outfield. I think he's a little jumpy sometimes in the infield, and I think when you're in the outfield you don't have to worry about that as much. You have more time to be energetic. I think he seems comfortable. His routes aren't terrific yet, but that's expected. I think his arm is good enough for center and left for sure.
Three balls, 1 strike on Wong. Cardinals with 10 pinch hit home runs this year.
Wong's had a couple of at bats in this homestand recently where he has not done the big leg kick. He seems to have gone back to it, but he's working on minimizing that leg kick and just trying a little bit of a turn with his right foot, but he's back to the leg kick here.
3-2, and he walked him. Well, the Cardinals have been remarkable in pinch hitting this year, and one of their best, if not the best, is coming to the plate in Matt Adams. Clint Hurdle looks like he's going to make a move.
Adams is 8 for 17, a couple of home runs as a pinch hitter. So Hurdle brings out the scorecard. We'll make a double switch. And our Chevy call to the bullpen is Neftali Feliz. He will face Matt Adams. And all of baseball's superstars come together for the primetime event that will light up the summer. The MLB All-Star Game from San Diego. It'll be on July 12th only on Fox. Plenty of changes for the Pirates, including Neftali Feliz, who will pitch and try to close this out. Plenty of Pirates changing gloves here between innings. David Freese has taken over at first base. Jung-Ho Kang has come in to play third. And that sent Rodriguez to second base, Frazier to right field. So if you're scoring at home, get the pencil out.
Strike one on Adams. Neftali Feliz, ERA is under 3. He's 2-0. Adams with a couple of home runs as a pinch hitter. Look at the average, 471.
Talked about teams doing a adjustment as far as the shift are concerned against Matt Adams, and the Pirates are an example of that. They still have 2 players on the left side of the infield. It's not the pronounced shift that we've seen before. So sometimes you have to shift on your shift. Sounds painful.
1-2. Carpenter on deck. Talk about Ray Searage and what he's done with the starters. He's also done some nice work here with Neftali Feliz. Noticed a mechanical flaw with him, and some of that velocity is back. That last pitch is 96. The 2-2. Adams pops it up. Foul territory, playable. And Sean Rodriguez makes the catch for out number 2. So the Cardinals down to their final out, and it brings in Matt Carpenter. Been on base 3 times, couple of singles and an RBI. Drove in Jed Jerko back in the 5th inning. That's the only scoring for the Cardinals today. They've been out hit 11-8. They trail 4-1. Ball 1. Just want a shot. Diaz is on deck. He would represent the tying run. Runner goes. That's Wong, and that's driven into right field. This ball is down all the way to the wall. Wong will score. Carpenter into second base, and the Cardinals have a life. It's now 4-2, and the tying run coming to the plate.
Carpenter is a machine, especially late in games. Down and in. The sweet swing of Matt Carpenter. Again, the extension. And there goes the streak for the Pirates bullpen, but they may lose a little bit more if they're not careful with Mr. Diaz.
He represents the tying run. 2 outs, runner at second base, Holiday on deck. One thing I notice about Carpenter, we show that side swing and that replay, and you talked about it the other day, or really earlier today. It may look a little long, but man, his hands get through so quickly.
It's long after he makes contact.
Exactly. Here's a 1-0 to Diaz.
So he's quick to the ball. He drops the bat head right on the ball, and the extension is terrific. And a good finish.
The 2-0. To pitch the previous at bat on 2-0 that Diaz chased and popped up.
So they are being careful with Aledmys Diaz with Matt Holliday on deck. I didn't think I'd say that sentence coming out of spring training.
No, sir. 3-0 pitch. He walked him. Tying runs are on. Winning run comes to the plate in the form of Matt Holliday, and he's chomping as hard as he has all day on that gum in that dugout for Pittsburgh.
So clearly Mark Melancon not available for this game, or he would have been in here at some point this inning. Clearly now, but there's no action in the Pirates bullpen, so Neftali Feliz is the last man standing.
Mary Alice Lynch is 87 today, and we'd love to send her home with a birthday present. A walk-off win.
About some more fireworks.
Holliday pops it up. Shallow right. This should do it. Pittsburgh wins game 1 of this series by the final of 4-2.
Well, the Cardinals made it interesting in the 9th inning. Carlos Martinez was good, not great. 3 runs in 7 innings of work. He picks up his 6th loss. Cardinals can't quite figure out Jonathan Nice and drop game 1 to the Pirates.
Cardinals make it interesting late, but they fall by the score of 4-2. We'll do it again tomorrow night. Post-game show comes your way. The Pirates 4, St. Louis 2. Scott Warman, Al Hrabosky standing by with all the highlights and news around Major League Baseball.